Okay, Alexander. Okay, we start. So otherwise, Roberto, good morning, everybody. Roberto, rector of the University of Siena and host of the fourth edition of the Conference on the Future of Europe.
Okay, good morning, first of all. It's a pleasure to open with this welcome address this fourth edition of the Vision Conference here in Pontignano. So I will say this is another step as a joint project between the University of Siena, the European University Institute, and the think tank Vision, with which we started some years ago. Reflect.
Magnifico, un attimo, mi scusi.
Okay, I hope I don't have to repeat everything. Thank you. This is the right place, I was telling you, because the Certosa is a wonderful place in which we have enough time to discuss, to debate about, relevant topics. The title of the conference this year is particularly, stimulating, let me say, because time to land in the 21st century is, in my view, posing a question. And the question is, probably from the chronological point of view, we are in the 21st century. But in truth, from other perspectives, probably not. Probably we have to move some other steps in order to land in this new century. Some phenomena are, deeply grounded, rooted in the previous century. And some phenomena we are observing nowadays are related to the 20th century. And this is a pity. This is a big problem. This is, posing some questions about what is the role of Europe in respect to these kind of changes. And the topics we set in the agenda, in the program of this conference, are problems largely rooted in the previous century. And we still have to find some solutions, some ideas, some visions on how to set these issues. Climate change, sustainability, the new set of the geopolitical world and changes related to such kind of phenomena. So the couple of days we will have here in Pontignano, I'm sure will give us the opportunity to reflect and to propose visions, solutions, positions in relation to this kind of troubles. Let me remember something of my, my past when I was a boy. During the 70s. There was a period in which in the primary school, there was a day in which every school, every class was invited to write a composition about Europe. I don't know if you remember. Every student was invited to write a composition on the vision about, at that time, the economic community. And the best composition was awarded at the national level. And this was a perspective creating a vision about all the, new citizens of the European Union, before the European Union. And in that age, last century, we have elaborated a sort of, idea about this aggregation of countries. We need to set a new idea, a new step, a new stage of this aggregation. Simply because now the world is, has terrifically changed. What is the position of Europe? The aimed position just a few years ago was to be an independent part in between USA and the Eastern world. The conflict in Europe, I suppose, is going to change this idea, and we need to reflect about it. And we need to create a new vision about the role played by European Union. And I suppose this will be one of the debate we will have in these couple of days. So big problems, big troubles, needs, complex solution. I'm not so fan and supporter about the simple solutions. Big problems need complex solution. And this is, I suppose, the right place where, scholars and all the participants could reflect about it. So I suppose it is the good opportunity to say we will have a profitable job in this couple of days here in Pontignano, and thank you to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here, and why I don't recall writing a composition on the future of Europe in the time of my schooling. I might have. When I was young, in my early 20s, the wall came down. I'm from West Berlin originally, so I probably experienced the best of times, and that you could have with all this hope and this opening of everything, and now things seem to be closing in again. And this is what this conference hopefully will be all about, having some sense of opening and again, and developing ideas about a future that is hopefully much even more promising than the one we grew up in. I'm an independent researcher and journalist, and have the pleasure to be have been involved with Vision for a couple of years. My role here is the master of ceremony, so my role is to explain the structure of the conference to you, and then I'll hand over quickly to Francesco and Clara, who will go more to the contents. The structure is actually twofold. We'll have plenary sessions, and the first of one will follow quite soon here with a stellar cast sitting here in front with Romano Prodi, Bill Emmett, Barbara Kolb, and Francesco and others. who will open up with some ideas. We'll have plenty of plenary sessions tomorrow, and all the plenary sessions are open for everyone, open to everyone, and will be broadcast also thanks to the partnership with RAI Radio 1. But this conference wouldn't be a conference about solutions if we didn't have working groups. And working groups means really there'll be hard work today in the afternoon. We'll have 4 working groups that have been prepared by the master's and doctoral students of both universities with concept papers, and the idea is to produce papers with tangible solutions that will end up in the manifesto of the conference that we will present here on Saturday, when everyone will have had 3 days of dialogue, of engagement. Yeah, all the problem-solving groups will be under Chatham House rules, so I really hope that you contribute as freely and openly as you can, and it will be very exciting to listen to very different perspectives, because this is the idea of the conference, bringing together policymakers, experts, scientists, think tank, people from think tanks, so all the best thinkers in Europe, and bringing them together also with the perspectives of students, of young people who will shape our future and hopefully do much better than the current generation has been doing. So I'll hand over to Francesco, who will talk a lot about the content of the 3 days to follow.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. We are a little bit late, so let me thank profoundly but quickly the very many people that I need to thank, starting from our Master of Ceremony, Alexandra Borchardt. I thank Roberto a lot, also to remind the essays of the 9th of May, it was the 9th of May, the essay on Europe. And by the way, it was not only a national, but also a European competition. Then people were going to Maastricht. All European students in Maastricht. Was a fantastic experience. Thanks to Simone, Luca, Francesco, the former rector of University of Siena. I thank European University Institute. It is today here and in the next days with many people from the faculty, including Eric Jones, the director of the Robert Schuman Center. And I really hope that this relationship with the European University Institute will become stronger and stronger, with some integration between these 2 different and yet linked movements, like the State of the Union and the Conference of the Future of Europe in Siena. I thank Maria Rodriguez, who is president of the Federation of European Progressive Studies and one of the 4 chairs. We have 4 chairs with John Cooper, from the correspondent from Italy and the Vatican, by the way, for The Economist. Calypso Nicolaidis, from University of Oxford, the St. Anthony College in the UI, and Sandro Gosi, who is coming tomorrow. He's a little bit late. I need to thank, I will thank Romano Prodi a few times, so I'm coming to Romano, but I need to thank very much our corporate partners, the oldest bank of the world, Monte Paschi di Siena, who will host the conference tonight in a fantastic place. Although, as you already know, every stone in Siena is historically fantastic. And Intesa San Paolo, who is one of the most successful financial institutions in Europe. I need to thank a lot the 5 foundations that act as think tanks of the 5 largest European political parties. This is your conference, Maria. It is very much, this was a sort of a dream that is becoming a little bit time by time true. I think politics very much need ideas. Ideas are for politics what oil once and now data are for the economy. Without ideas, politics dies, and the think tanks, you know, the good think tanks are about to produce ideas. And this conference is very much about, it's not an Italian convegno. Fortunately, the non-Italians are not used to the convegni. We very sadly, Francesco, know what the convegni are. The convegni are useless waste of times. This is very much designed, this conference, as Roberto said, to produce proposal. So not to stop at admiring the complexity of problems, but to produce possible solution. And on one thing, I not 100% agree with you, Roberto. We have many Francescos. Sometimes solution can also be simple. You know, it's not like. But this, we will have time to talk about this epistemologic sort of question. Who else I need to thank? I need to thank Clara, Margherita, and Georgia. We have a 100% sort of a female team here. Excuse me, but it's like the gender balance is quite unbalanced and skewed towards women. And I will certainly remember other. We need to thank Rai Radio 1, TG1. Corriere della Sera, who are following us, and a few other organizations, people that I will remember. But let me jump into few numbers and into few ideas that you may have already sort of read in the concept paper that we draft together with our fellow think tankers and students from University of Siena and the UI. Okay, so this is a very short GDP-based history of the most successful political integration in the last 75 years. You know, this is the thick line is the size of the EU economy relative to the world GDP. And the thick line basically changed, not only because of the change of the GDP. By the way, we all know that the GDP is a very debatable measurement. You know, EU is not just economy, and the economy is not only about the GDP. But GDP is still quite useful. So this is the ratio of the EU economy vis-a-vis the world, considering, of course, the enlargement, okay? So the steps are because of enlargement. I mean, here there are three messages. Number one, the size of the EU economy as opposed to the size of the world economy today is smaller with 27 members than it used to be in 1960, 2 years after the Rome Treaty, with 6 members. So the importance of the EU economy vis-a-vis the world is unavoidably decreasing, you know, which is probably even just. Second message here, and by the way, for the 6 founders, their size, France, Germany, Italy, basically, plus Belgium, Luxembourg, and Netherlands, it became half of the size that it used to have in 1960. Second message, here we sort of pointed to the discontinuities that we had in these 75 years. Positive discontinuities and negative discontinuities, achievements, endogenous shocks and sort of exogenous growth, shocks. And in fact, here it is quite evident that the number of discontinuies of crises is becoming more and more frequent, you know? In the in the last 3 years, we had at the very least 3 big discontinuities, 3 big shocks with COVID-19, of course, the war, the banking crisis, and we also have the Brexit, to be officialized in 2021. So the shocks are becoming more frequent, and we need a different kind of European Union, a European Union which is quick enough to react to shocks. So this is the second message. The third message is that the maximum extension of the European Union in terms of integration, so the euro, the start of the constitutional process, the territorial gain, happened when President of the European Commission was our very good friend, more than a friend to me, Romano Prodi. This is just to say, at the time of, he was President of the European Commission, just as a matter of fact. However, this that has been the most successful political project of the 20th century is probably still have to land in the 21st century. It's not just a question of GDP. I mean, the European Commission recently had to conclude that among the 20 largest digital platforms to regulate, there is only one European platform, that is Zalando. I would say that Spotify also satisfies the requirement, but this is, so we are not exactly creating the future. Very quickly, because I'm going, merits and limits of being a half full integration process, half full glass. Again, Europe, it has been a unique warless integration process among nation states, among states, and there is no other example of this kind where integration happened without conflicts, basically. However, we are also talking about an unfinished integration that produce what the economists like Antonius, where is Antonio, can produce suboptimal outcomes. And also slow reaction to shocks, as we mentioned. Number two point, however, when the going gets tough, Europe gets going. It is a creature that, like Rocky, when it is about to collapse, has the tendency to get together, like what happened with the Next Generation EU in 2020, and with the rather complicated, remarkable going out of dependency from the Russian gas in 2022. However, even when you have this success, the half-full glass of integration produces some suboptimal results. For instance, the going out of the gas dependency still left many loopholes. We still have Greek and Cypriot ships shipping Russian oil all over the place. No, it's not just Hungary. And even when we talk about this big Hamiltonian movement, Next Generation EU, with FEPS, we saw that there are some very many problems in terms of implementation. However, as probably Catherine de Vries, who is not here yet, the Dean of Bocconi, very much knows this nature of the EU of being half fish and half meat, like we say in Italy, probably Romano said pane caldo, pane freddo, something like that, can be turned into an advantage. This anomalous nature of the creature can be also an advantage in terms of flexibility to adapt to a new century. Very quickly, again, this is the concept paper on ESG. I will leave it to Simone, to your group later, but the very point is to measure less and measure better. We do not need too complicated indicators, too many indicators. We need indicators, we need to be more like key performance indicators that the people can understand, not just ourselves as top-down sort of creators of the thing. Number two, on banks and more European on financial issues. Here I would say, and Barbara will elaborate, the very name of the game is to find an equilibrium between financial stability and innovation for banks. Too much financial stability can kill innovation, as von Hayek used to say, but also for governments, too much financial stability can create zombies, can create moral hazard, as Mario Draghi very much knows. On digital, regulation, yes, but let's use regulation also as an incentive to create a European champions, European digital platform. So let's not just be defensive, but let's be proactive. On democracy, Calypso, Jamie, Kurt will elaborate on this. Number two, it is a moral imperative, as Kant would have said, that we need a more democratic Europe, not only because then we cannot say to other countries, look, you are not democratic, but also because more shared decisions are also much more easy to be implemented. So it's a question of efficiency. If we have a mechanism to have more shared decisions, we will be stronger. And so the idea with Luca and Calypso is to use Europe, this anomalous creature, to experiment new forms of democracy. Final point, probably here for Europe, this is our vision. No, it's not just vision, but it's something that it's like a quote unquote a provocation. It's like when in Italy we went for the forever dream of the Italian marriage, before the divorce law, to a more fluid sort of family. This is Mastroianni and Sofia Loren, and the other one is Baciami ancora, Muccino. It's a story. Then I will explain to Romano. But the idea is that the union that we had was meant to last forever, to be unanimous, to be like some Walt Disney movie where everybody agrees with everybody else. Probably the thing is that we need to be more pragmatic, to go for a subset of countries to share policies, like for instance on foreign policies or even environment, to also have full integration, so subset of countries, but really being committed to each other, and probably also with some predetermined divorce clause, so that people can also change their minds, and with somehow backing from people that we decided to share our destiny on that very policy. That's our vision that we propose as a more meta sort of point of governance, and I finish here. Thank you so much.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Clara, and I'm a colleague of Francesco, and I would like to say a couple of words about the ambition of the Vision Conference. What we are trying to do here is to find the time to have an important moment of discussion and collaboration that aims at studying and developing and addressing the complex issues that we encounter on daily basis on news, on the institution, and just by living in this wonderful European Union. What we want to do here is to build a permanent and proper problem-solving model that we can use to find different solutions that consider all kinds of aspects, considering the risk, the benefits, trade-off, and different implications. Our ambition is to bring together individuals from different parts of the world and Europe, and to engage in discussion and developing innovative and maybe, as you said, simpler approaches. we aspire, as I said, to create a real permanent space where people like you all today can meet and discuss for 3 days. And this conference is a platform to launch this proposal that we will try to find in these 3 days. And our final goal is to then present these proposals and ideas and maybe solution to the public opinion, to the institution, and we aspire also to translate these ideas in practical implementation through real world projects. So we will not just want to present them, but also to implement them within projects. This is what the approach that we use in all our conferences, and we want to explore new perspective with this approach. Because we think that innovative and solution require a multidisciplinary approach. And this format, the Siena conference and the Dolomite conference too, is designed to foster collaboration and exchange idea between people coming from different backgrounds also. This is why we want to transcend from ideological boundaries, and we are working, in fact, we are collaborating right now with these 5 think tank and foundation that are affiliated to different political groups at the European level. So this is these relationships are very, strong right now, and we want to grow and, as you said, make Pontignano a place where all of them can meet and, find a common ground on some issues. And the process that we are implementing starts with vision concept paper, which outlines every problem-solving session. This year concept note, of course, draws its inspiration from last year Pontignano paper, so Pontignano paper 2022. The students from UNICE and UI have actively worked with us to further develop the concept note of each working group sessions. And while the foundation and think tanks from the EU work on the plenary session that you will all see tomorrow. The outcome of all this session will be presented on the final day of the conference on Saturday, and we will put it together in a final Pontignano Manifesto 2023 that we, as I said, share with the media and the European institution, also to national institution. So our aim and goal is to have that we will have at the end of these 3 days new ideas to address the challenging question regarding Europe's future. So this is why we all are here. And I just want to add something about the structure of these 3 days. After this introduction and the first plenary session, and after lunch, we will all be divided in the 4 working groups. We will tell you, of course, where to go in the Certosa. And later, we will reconvene for a plenary session on the University of the Mediterranean presented by President Romano Prodi. And one last thing, at 6 today, there's going to be a bus outside that will take us all to Siena, because we are going to have an art-guided tour at Palazzo Salimbeni, and then we have an aperitivo over there. So you all know that at 6 we will meet outside. So thank you. That's it.
Grazie.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Emmett. I'm here because I've been at the other vision conferences on the future of Europe. I'm a frequent flyer in this wonderful aeroplane. Secondly, I'm chairman of an organization called the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London, which means that I've just come back on an aeroplane from an event in Singapore. So therefore, if I look a little bit blurry in my eyes, you'll know why. And thirdly, I'm a journalist and former editor of The Economist, and therefore passionately interested in all of the topics that we will be discussing during this conference. I'm going to introduce our panelists now, and then I will say a few introductory words about what's been going on in Europe to position our discussion, if you like, in the midst of the news. And then I will ask the three panelists each to give their opening thoughts on the EU a half full, the future of Europe, and so forth. And then we open to discussion with the audience. So to introduce the panelists, I think you probably already know us all, but Henry Kissinger just turned 100. Famously, when somebody introduced him at a session by saying, Dr. Kissinger needs no introduction, Dr. Kissinger replied saying, well, I may need no introduction, but no one enjoys listening to the introduction more than me, so please. So I will introduce the panel. First, Maria João Rodrigues, former member of the European Parliament, Minister of Employment in government of Portugal, 1995 to 1997, special advisor to many distinguished roles, and currently president of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. On our left, Romano Prodi, Prime Minister of Italy on two occasions, 1996 to 1998, 2006 to 2008, President of the European Commission, 1999 to 2004, and Italy's, in some ways, most respected political figure today, and a professor to us all. And last but not least, on my right, Barbara Kolm, Vice President of the Austrian Central Bank, Director of the Austrian Economic Center, and as I was saying to earlier, I note that an organization called the Free Market Roadshow describes Barbara as the leading female libertarian in Europe. So watch out, all the rest of you. Just to say a word on this question of simple versus complex, I place myself with Il Rettore on this question, probably because I've always enjoyed the great quote from the American writer H.L. Mencken, in which he said that for every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. So I very much have something of that bias, but if we can find simple, that's better. So let me just give an introduction to place us in context. Europe is, importantly, in the midst of a major war, obviously on our borders with Russia, and that war, which began in full in February last year, has produced several phenomena. One is a remarkable amount of solidarity and speed of reaction. Among the European member countries, only Hungary really has been a dissenter, and even Viktor Orban has basically been irrelevant. Secondly, a powerful response from European governments, and for the first time ever, the European Commission, supplying financial support and material support to Ukraine. Thirdly, a prominence in world affairs for the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, probably not seen since Romano Prodi was President of the European Commission. Of course, I'm teasing you, but nevertheless, a remarkable change compared with some recent predecessors. But finally, clearly not strategic autonomy from the United States. This has been a transatlantic war, a war that was seen at my conference in Singapore, the Shangri-La Dialogue, with the Ukrainian defense minister, but also ministers from Estonia, from Germany, from Sweden, from the Netherlands, and from the UK, all absolutely strongly speaking and lobbying on Ukraine's behalf. It is a war that, in my opinion, will lead, once Ukraine has successfully pushed back the Russian invader, it will lead to Ukraine's membership, certainly of NATO and quite quickly of the EU. So this is going to be a change in the 21st century. And finally, on the war, the economics of Europe in this past 12 months have performed much better than most people would have expected 12 months ago, with not the recession and economic decline that was expected, with not the crisis that many expected because of the energy price spike, with energy prices back to the level that they were in February 2022, but with inflation at an elevated level. Second topic that relates to that, that's on our agenda, is energy and climate. We have seen in the last year a remarkable adaptation of energy systems in Italy, in Germany, and elsewhere, away from Russian gas, but also a big increase in public investment in renewable energy. But newly on the agenda is the effect of the American Inflation Reduction Act, a major push of public investment towards the energy transition, but which has raised questions about protectionism, subsidies, and the way in which transatlantic industrial and climate policies interact. Third point on the agenda, migration and asylum. Above all, clearly to all of us, not a resolved set of questions, complex problems without simple answers, perhaps. Today in Luxembourg, Home Affairs ministers from the European Union will meet in yet another attempt to try to forge a common migration and asylum policy. But in all our countries, this is top of the agenda, whether in the case of Britain, the United Kingdom, you're outside the EU, or whether you're inside. Fourth, fiscal affairs, fiscal policy. Barbara is much more expert on this than I am, but the debate goes on about the new rules to adapt the Stability and Growth Pact. In April, the European Commission put forward a new proposal for economic governance. Any sense that there's a clear consensus about how to change, which might have been in our minds last year when Emmanuel Macron and a man you may remember called Mario Draghi wrote a joint editorial in the Financial Times proposing changes. Any thought that there was a consensus emerging, I think, probably quickly fell away. Fifth, the point that Francesco has highlighted a lot in this weekend's conference, regulation and tech. Now, artificial intelligence is the talk of the town. The European Union has put forward a pioneering European Union Artificial Intelligence Act this year in front of the European Parliament. Is it fit for purpose? Will it get through? And how is technology going ahead? Sixth, the European political community has found a life, and this is a life that has been provided much comfort to the United Kingdom as the outsider looking in, a European group in which the UK can play a part, but which also reflects the fact that the war in Ukraine has highlighted to all of us in Britain and elsewhere that we are all part of the same strategic space and that we need to collaborate with one another, as we are collaborating brilliantly and successfully in the war in Ukraine, I would suggest. And final point that one should not leave off such a news agenda, so-called Qatar Gate. Questions of corruption and conflicts of interest in the European Parliament we cannot ignore. Proposals for a new European Union ethics body have been put forward, but certainly for the European Parliament, these revelations, investigations, arrests, and so forth have been a great disturbance to, if you like, the stability of the body. So that's just my brief news agenda, if you like, as a journalist emeritus in looking at the scene. But now I'm going to ask for the three experts to actually say what they think the agenda is and what they believe is happening about it. And I'm going to start with Maria to kick us off. Maria.
Good morning, and this is really a pleasure to be again here in Pontignano, seeing so many friends, new friends also coming, and let me single out a particular friend. I was very honored to be part of his group of economic advisors when he was President of the European Commission. I mean, for me, a kind of golden times of the European project. Now we are...
Before Christ.
Now we are in more troubled waters, but I would like really to underline something Francesco said, and our dear rector also underlined, that I really feel that Siena and Pontignano, they are, and they can go on as an inspiring place for something we really need for the next phase of the European project, which is a real European public sphere in space. What do I mean by this? And I'm very grateful that the team in charge was put together the key ingredients for European public space, meaning universities, a brilliant group of experts, students also coming, and then you have cultural foundations, media, and the so-called European political foundations. In my case, I'm representing one of them. We are big 5 European political foundations located in Brussels, in the heart of the European policy making. So our role is really to be part of the European policy making, bridging with the key actors in the Parliament, in the Council, in the Commission. So that's why, and I know this is not easy to bring together all these partners, and this is a big achievement, and we can make the best of this today and until Saturday when we will be together. I also think that the theme which was selected for the conference this time is very well chosen. Landing in the 21st century. Because as our rector was saying, we are still not there. So let me bring the kind of reflections of European Political Foundation I'm chairing in Brussels can elaborate. This means that I'm coming also with questions for yourselves. And the method, as you know, will be focusing on finding new solutions for problems. So I'm coming with my own problems, and then it's up to you to elaborate as you wish. I'm also, of course, building on the concept paper, which was prepared previously. But look, in a nutshell, I think that basically for the next phase of the European project, we are dealing with 3 main issues. One is about what kind of development model we want to have in our continent. The second is how can we reorganize our continent, taking into account that we have a war, and so we need to really to conduct a new big enlargement, but we also need to reorganize ourselves to conduct this big enlargement. And then Europe and the world, because the world is in a radical change. And we cannot, let's say, be distracted by what is happening in our continent, while the main standards for the way we will live are being defined basically by the strategic competition between the United States and China. So Europe needs to rise up and to remain a global actor, influential, also to be part of these, what should be the global governance for the next phase. So on the development model, it seems to me that somehow, in spite of many problems, Europe keeps a leading role of inventing a new development model, taking care, let's say, of people and planet. We need to find a new synergy about this. We have an inspiring concept, well-being, so bridging between people and planet. But in practical terms, this means that even if we are leading in the green transition, we are confronted with many problems. We lack the large-scale, long-term investment capacity to conduct this big transformation. We need to be prepared for many tensions in some regions which are more exposed. And so, more recently, we need to develop an industrial policy to be very proactive in this transition. So many problems are still to be solved. But then we have the digital. And I'm assuming that the digital transformation is the most radical one, because this will transform all areas of our collective and personal life. And here we are lagging behind, clearly, United States and China. More recently, there was an attempt to catch up from the European side. We see a big legislative package being passed, but the key issues are still there to be tackled. What kind of services we'd like to deliver by using digital solutions? What kind of platforms we should develop in Europe? What kind of data management and what kind of algorithms, what kind of AI do you need to promote the kind of life you want to have? And this should be reflected, in fact, not only in new rules, but in a very ambitious capacity building in Europe. I also think that we need a real innovation policy to drive this digital transformation, and we still don't have it. Then, if I move to the second challenge I identified, the enlargement, well, I really think that Europe could unite in front of the war in Ukraine. We are confronted with, let's say, an empire in decline, to make it short words. So we did the right thing when we decided to commit to a new enlargement. This is, from my viewpoint, a moral and political imperative. But I also think that the enlargement will take some time, and we cannot just leave these countries waiting outside. So we need to have a new approach. We need to involve all these countries since the beginning in our European networks, the energy networks, the digital networks, the industrial ones, the financial ones, the research, the education, the culture. So we need to have them on board using all our networks. And that's why I also agree this European political community is an interesting concept. Also because like that we can have more geostrategic coordination regarding war and beyond. But I also, and Francesco referred to this, all the history of the European integration shows that whenever we are conducting an enlargement, we need to find a way to deepen European integration. Now the buzzword is institutional reform, to make sure that we keep our capacity to decide and to act in foreign affairs, in industrial policy. We do need a certain kind of strategic autonomy. And also, this should be underpinned by a real stronger European budgetary capacity, to give us the capacity to act. And finally, democracy. Yes, because there is an aspiration of deeper democracy at all levels, local, national, be concerned with the rule of law, but also making the European democracy play with more involvement of citizens when the key decisions are taken. So I really think that enlargement should somehow be combined with institutional reform in the European Union. And then My final plea is for us really to assess the state of the world. Because there is only a future for the European project if we start by assessing the state of the world and what kind of role can we play as Europeans. From my viewpoint, we have a visible crisis of the global governance system. When we see in the United Nations the Security Council paralyzed regarding war in Ukraine, and even with the paradox that the aggressor is chairing the Security Council. So this means a lot. We cannot decide about this war in the multilateral system we have. Secondly, we see an attempt of the West regaining leadership. You saw the recent G7 summit, also inviting some others from abroad. But let's look to the facts. G7 corresponds nowadays to 10% of the global population, to 30% of the global economy. I believe it's no longer possible for the West alone to lead the world. And the problem is that we have now the risk of a fragmentation. If we see a BRICS summit be announced for next August in Johannesburg, with an attempt to involve other countries, betting on creating a new development bank located in Shanghai, this is the embryo of a parallel global order. From my viewpoint, we still have time to avert this and to avert the fragmentation of the multilateral system. But for this, we Europeans, we need to be really active and ambitious. And multilateralism, as we know, is in our DNA. And that's why I think that we should be active in creating bridges to other parts of the world, the global south, particularly in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia. We need to be extremely active and to build other kind of large coalitions. By the way, I don't believe we can win this war in Ukraine without this larger international coalition. So for me, this is also a big priority to have a real European external action for the 21st century. So this is my suggestion of questions. As I told you, I was just coming with questions. I'm sure that with this brilliant group of experts, with our problem-solving method, we'll come up with great ideas. And so I wish the best for this conference. And you can count on us, European political foundations, to bridge between the conclusion of this conference and then the decision-making in European institutions. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria, for a very clear and helpfully clarifying as well agenda across, as you said, what kind of development model, how to reorganize Europe after the war, but also in the light of the next enlargement, and how to position Europe in the world. Romano Prodi.
Better we change place here because... No, okay. Not easy. I was starting to speak in this, after these two brilliant introduction. I shall not be systemic, but provocative. First of all, Europe half full and half empty glass. things are worse because I call Europe in this moment a bread half cooked. And when you leave water in a glass, can be for months. A half-cooked bread, it becomes horrible in few days, you know. And Europe now is half-cooked bread. If we don't do the entire process, will be rotten. This is my point. This is why I am provocative by definition. Let us take the problem that has been raised now, you know. First of all, the new shape of the world, China and the US. In the interval after my political life, I was teaching in United States and China, in Brown and Shanghai, and I have seen how the Europe image have decreased among my students. In my first year, everybody was asking seminars about Europe. In the last year, nobody cared about it. Why? Because the sense of the progress of Europe has totally disappeared with the big financial crisis, you know. Probably went back with PNRR, but not in the world arena. The idea that we are inexistent has been confirmed with the Ukrainian war. No European mediation. Turkey, Vatican, everybody, but not Europe. No consideration of our role. And this was the typical European role in the past. Some sort of moral and political strength. Now we are simply part of United States as Russia is becoming part of China. And so the bipolar world is incredible. And look, it was not like that in the past. When I had my meetings with the Chinese presidents, I had 8, 9 of them, you know, as Italian Prime Minister and President of the European Commission. I do remember when we were working on building the euro. And it was quite interesting because, as you know, in these meetings, you have dossier like that, everything in it, you know. The Chinese president was only interested in euro. He was asking me during the times, you know, certainly, you will have a common currency? Say, okay, yes. Deutschmark and French franc disappear. Yes, no question about Italian lira. But, and then can we have them as a reserve? Say yes. So the last answer I had in this meeting was fantastic. We shall have as many euros, as many dollars, because if there is the euro side by side to the dollar, there is room for the renminbi. The idea of the euro as the instrument from bipolar or from monopolar policy to the multipolar policy. The role of Europe, starting from economy as a big political entity. And this has been lost with the crisis, with the internal tensions of Europe, and we lost it. Either we recuperate it or we are irrelevant. We are irrelevant. And clearly, you know, the first problem is the borders of Europe. we cannot always be uncertain. That I raised it 3 times. The problem to have a debate on European Parliament with the title Borders of Europe. They refused it. No debate came. And when I did the enlargement, I was blamed, and I did it in one shot, risking, and only now, after the Ukrainian war, everybody say, look, thanks God, Poland is not like Ukraine in the political situation, and now we are still in the undecided world. Clearly, we have to finish the process of borders. And it's very easy now because in theory, you have only the ready, let us keep apart the Ukrainian problem. We have only ready the Albania and the former Yugoslavian Republic, 1% of European GDP, difficult job, and nobody takes the decision. Macron goes up and down, left and right, and these countries are uneasy. We have to say yes or no, and we are waiting that part of it goes back to Russia, So it's we give all this message of uncertain decision. When there is an emergency, as you raised in your introduction, as Monet was telling, Europe take decision, as we did with Next Generation Europe and COVID. When the emergency ends, no decision is over. Visegrad Group, the division of that. So we go back to the problem. Either we have a strong, quick decision-making process that is democracy, or the game is over. So we cannot do it because of unanimity. Let us do because of majority. We did with the euro. We must do it with foreign and military policy. Otherwise, we don't exist in the world. Because we arrived to the absurd situation. I give a very concrete example. Sardinia is closer to Africa than to Italy. And in Africa, in Libya, we have Russia and Turkey leading, and Europe does not exist. And in Tunisia now there is an idea of some European presence, but IMF and Tunisia. But can you believe that we have a role if we go on in this absent policy? I don't believe, because even our strong economic power, don't forget that we are still the second industrial entity in the world after China now, before the United States in terms of industrial production, but this has no importance. Also because the same problem of unity, of common action that I raised about politics, about army, about it's in the new economics. The first internet companies of the world are Chinese or Americans. The first 20 internet companies in the world, we have one European. It was 19th, 3 years ago, I don't know now. Now maybe 17th or something like that, but this is the situation. And these are the new lords of the world. This is not a Marxist rhetoric. This is facts. In the United States, we have no antitrust policy. when I was young, there was antitrust policy. AT&T was dissolved simply because it was big. Bigness per se. Now, Google, Apple, Amazon, they are in charge of everything. And with the same, look, and this is another problem, democracy, you know. The power of these companies is huge, both in US and in China. But the antitrust in China is done by Xi Jinping. That is absolutely incredible. But when Jack Ma was too big, Xi told him, pay 10 billion, and this was nothing. But then he sent him 3 months in a hotel, and this is something more. Then he's obliged to sell Alipay, the financial one, that is antitrust, and we don't apply antitrust. You know, that's, you know, and Europe is this between, you know, we have the courage to have the democratic flag and to stay together for that. And this is why that I have been always optimist in my life, and I am so pro-European. I have to raise this problem, because otherwise there is a contradiction in our future, you know. Well, I am now absurd, because I thought that I should have been provocative. But we suffered a lot by the gas squeeze by Putin. But if there is an internet squeeze, what about it? We have no power on that. We are branches. Well, of course, it's totally imagination, you know, but I was thinking, you know, it's much more important internet than gas. And we don't have any, and if we don't stay together, well, I don't mean that Europe must create a new Google or new Apple. That is not industrially impossible, because I know that. But to have the countervailing power of a big joint market, yes. And this is what I mean for European Union, you know, have also this ability to have a countervailing power as a buyer, you know, and a regulator, not only a buyer, but as a regulator. I could list a lot of these open problems, but they are simply, I can sum up them in all the fields. You know, you mentioned IRA. IRA is an old European idea, you know. I was leading the biggest state-owned company in Europe when I was a young, promising boy, you know, and we had 600,000 dependent workers in that time. And so it's not new, but US now can make an industrial policy, and Europe no industrial policy, because Germany can help, and they are attracting battery factories and so on. France a bit, Italy nothing, and this is, so Europe will have more and more difference in the future if we have not a common policy. I end with my list because it's too long, and I end with, you mentioned corruption of the parliament and so on and so on. Well, corruption is very spread, very common everywhere. I was not surprised. But, you know, when, if you take a decision, it's more difficult to have corruption. When we had a problem in the commission, I had a group of people led by Kinnock, you know, who were very severe in uniting the regulation, and till now there is no corruption in the commission, you know. So even in this case is a problem of a clear common role. If you still have a parliament in which the national groups, they act as lobbyists and they are half-cooked, even the parliament is half-cooked, it's become very difficult, you know. So clearly, I'm sorry not to have been positive in my proposal, but I think that this observation can be useful to take decisions in the future. Otherwise, we are a big trade area, as was the basic idea of United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Romano, for your, if I may say, brilliant provocation, rather realistic. Of course, I feel wounded by your comment about the United Kingdom, but there we go. But nevertheless, very realistic provocation, and I particularly, as an old journalist, like the metaphor of the bread half-cooked. I think that's an excellent innovation, if I may say. Over to you, Barbara Cole.
Thank you very much. I have to stand up in order to see our fellow discussants here. And I would also like to, first of all, thank Francesco for undergoing this Herculean exercise in providing a vision of bringing Europe back on track again. This is what I would like to say. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. And it's a difficult task after the 35,000 feet that Maria Rodriguez has provided. Thank you for doing that. I'll try to zoom in and come back to the 10,000 feet at least. And being an economist, I of course will focus on economic issues. But as President Prodi has just mentioned, and may I paraphrase you, our enemies, or at least competitors outside Europe, are way too strong that we can afford only to self-reflect. So we need to look at the bigger picture. And I will be very provocative here now, saying we have, unfortunately, outsourced our security to the US. We have outsourced our energy supply to Russia or other groups. And then, of course, we have outsourced the production of cheap and industrial goods to China. So what is left for Europe? I mean, put it in this way. It's the next generation over there being creative, innovative, and hopefully being able to get their patents back to Europe and not leave Europe. Because the talented people, unfortunately, we've seen that in Italy, in Spain. Those went to Latin America a long time ago, and the rest is going maybe to Canada, Australia, US. So we have lost intelligence, and we need you young people to stay here and to be creative and innovative. Because after all, where does Europe fit in? What is the new G7? I mean, we are proud of our history and our past, and we have to, thankfully. And I mean, we have come a long way since the Coal and Steel Union. But as President Prodi just mentioned, it's just the bread is not only half cooked, I would even say it's not even eighth cooked. I mean, we have a long way to go. And if we look back in our glorious European history, that was built on our Judeo-Christian values, we should look back at those, and maybe we can learn from history as Bruno Kreisky, the Social Democratic Chancellor of Austria, once famously said to a journalist when he said, "Young man, look back at history and you will learn." So maybe we should also look into that. But this doesn't mean that we should only reflect on the past. Maybe Europe will be a liquid democracy. Maybe it will be a liquid, flexible Europe, as Francesco pointed out. So it's up to the next generation to make those decisions. But I would like to focus in the next couple of minutes on the 10,000 feet, zooming in only on economic issues. So those geopolitical risks and challenges that were addressed, whether it's the South China Sea, whether it's the issues in the Suez, whether it's Latin America, but also the climate risks, all have socio-political, but most importantly, economic consequences. And those economic consequences for Europe are really big. It affects our supply chain. It affects, of course, and this is for me one of the biggest issues, our monetary policy. But there is also a new broad middle way to the road to serfdom, because there is a generation that looks into work-life or life-work balance, and out of this, and with the supply chains problems, there is a lack of productivity. And if we, as Europeans, want to be back on the international stage on an economic level, we need to be more productive. We need to regain our productivity. So how can we regain our productivity? And here I would like to look into, I would say, monetary policy as well, because there is one function that is called R star. This is the natural interest rate. And we have seen the decline of the interest rates over the last centuries, literally, gradually, and we need to go back to a normal setting of interest rates. Because what is interest? The price for money. If our money doesn't have a value, doesn't have a price, we will not be able to compete with other regions of the world. And let's face it, the new G7 is Europe one part, yes, but we have lost our competitiveness, a lack to the economic productivity. So let's look at the options that we have from an economics, monetary, and fiscal policy side. And I would also like to stress that we should have kept monetary policy and fiscal policy from an academic perspective apart. We have not, ever since the GFC, the Great Financial Crisis, has hit Europe, we put it together with consequences that probably are not as good for Europe as they were for other continents. So why should we go back to conventional monetary policy, or should we continue with the unconventional monetary policy that has started in 2008? And by the way, we have seen a decline of the interest rates over the last 30 years. The 17th Volcker shock, and then after that, we had the big dot-com bubble in the 2001, when we were literally already at 3%, and then after that we gradually went down, and after 2008 finally we landed at 0 or minus and negative. So this was done with the so-called monetary policy, unconventional monetary policy. But why should we, on the one hand, keep it? Well, the negative interest rates back then helped to leave countries to let them survive. We started with our asset purchasing programs. By the way, it was 3.3 billion that we have built over from 2014 until 2022. We now gradually reduce this amount by 15 billion per month. but we still have the PEP programs, which were 1.7% in 2 years. 1.7 trillion, that was built within 2 years. It's more than half that we've built in the past 9 years in addition. So this is an amount of QE that definitely needs to be taken care of, and we all know where does inflation come from. We have now huge three external shocks, all at the same time. The huge amount of money, then we have the lockdowns that distorted the price system with the supply chain disruptions, second thing, and third reason, the terrible war that we face with Ukraine and in Ukraine. So those were those three external shocks that came within a very short period of time. So then this negative interest rate policies have helped though for a while, but did not solve the problem. Forward guidance was one of the tools that was used by the European Central Bank, has been put to silence, put it this way, and finally, as of last week, the Bank of Japan has stopped forward guidance as well after more than 30 years. There were many positive effects of this unconventional monetary policy. We saved certain countries, loan subsidies were provided, TLTRO system. I will not go into detail, we can discuss that later. But it also had negative consequences. So what do we need to do to go back to normal? First of all, from a monetary policy side, and I would only argue from that, because fiscal policy is truly important, and in that case, in the phase that we are now, fiscal policy and monetary policy have to closely collaborate and cooperate and coordinate. I would not say cooperate, but coordinate, because it doesn't make sense if we overdebt our countries on the one hand, as we did with the COVID programs, but on the other hand, counteract on the monetary policy front. So the natural interest rate, R star, needs to be raised. How can this be done? Productivity growth, shifts in demographics. We do have an aging problem in Europe that has not been addressed so far, but this is something that we can only solve with smart migration, I focus on that. And then, of course, other effects are the premium of safe and liquid assets, and of course, lower growth economic. That's the way how to solve it. How can we get to that? Rise factor productivity, be more effective on the labor market front, and forget about the 30 hours a week, and forget about the work-life balance things. China, by the way, does not believe in the work-life balance idea, and neither does India, neither does Latin America, neither does Africa. So we are just the ones who currently think we can afford it. I think we have to take a step back and look into that. And then, of course, and this is very important also when we want to solve the climate problem, or at least tackle it. Capital flows, especially north-south. If we focus on that, there will be an option for investment and also equity for Europe, and which, on the other hand, will solve the problem. Lastly, the rise of the interest rate would help. It hurts, I know, in the moment, certain companies, certain banks, certain zombie firms that have survived during this period of zero interest, but I think there needs to be a Schumpeterian cleansing, and we can only be more creative if we destroy certain things that are not productive or not helping us to grow. After all, and by that I will close, growth should be connotated in a positive way. It doesn't have to mean that we need more and more products. We just use those things smarter and more efficient and effective. And by that, we create our GDP, rise of GDP per capita rise, which after all is needed to attract labor and enterprises to our business location, Europe. And that's what helps us come back, at least on the economic side, to be the solid and good European Union. After all, if we look back in circle, the coal and steel union was not only a peace project, but it was also an economic project. So we should also refocus on that and look at what our founding fathers, whether it was Schuman, De Gasperi, Einaudi, and others had done. So this is, I think, the idea, the vision for Europe, that we should have the economic competition. And Europe has always, this is my last sentence, Europe has always been most successful when economic entities were bigger than political entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. It was delightful the way you opened implicitly with Hayek and the road to serfdom and closed with Schumpeter and creative destruction. But very much the need for competition and for raising productivity, very realistic and hard-headed. Now, we are running quite late, but I think I should open for some questions or contributions from the room. There's probably a microphone that needs to be moved around, or will people shout? I'm going to call on the very loud-voiced Victor Mallet to start things off. Oh no, maybe this one, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, you've all given sort of, I think, slightly pessimistic views of Europe's place, and my question really is whether it is such a bad thing that Europe is proportionately a smaller economic power, a smaller part of world GDP than it used to be, and whether it really matters. I mean, Europe is essentially richer than ever. The EU is richer than ever. But of course, other parts of the world have been catching up, China most notably, but also the whole of Asia, Latin America, and indeed Africa now in the Middle East. And my question is really, is it really so bad to be a smaller world economic power when, in fact, we are all more prosperous than we've ever been, particularly if those rising powers, those rising economic powers, can be persuaded, and maybe this is the crucial question, if they can be persuaded to take on the responsibilities for example, tackling climate change that Europe does take upon itself. So if China and other rising economic powers can play an important role in acting responsibly on climate change, is it really such a bad thing that Europe is a smaller part of the world economy if it continues to have a sort of moral leadership role? Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll take one or two questions. I'm going to observe, as an economic nerd, the fact that, in fact, I would criticize my former publication. They had an excellent piece about America and its economy recently, showing how, in fact, America was 25% of the world economy in 1990 and is 25% today, which is obviously the contrast with Francesco's figure. What the economists didn't show was that those were two periods of strong dollar, 1990 and 2023. So the exchange rate makes a big difference in the way in which things fluctuate, and the dollar-euro rate has been unfavorable to our thing. But it's a very good question about what does this matter if the rest of the world is getting richer? Good news.
You can introduce yourself, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Paul Toomey, and I flew for 37 hours from Australia yesterday to be here, over 2 days. I wanted to come to President Prodi's comment about the digital. My life has been in the digital, and I used to run a thing called ICANN that coordinates the world's internet system. I actually think Europe is at a cusp where it really could, in the next generation of internet companies, take a major position, building on its focus on a civil society internet. The question is this: can the Commission and the European Union as a whole move from a legal compliance model to an economic incentive model to actually achieve the market structures that could deliver a next generation internet where Europe takes the lead?
Thank you very much. Excellent question, and thank you for having even worse jet lag than I do. Brilliant. At the back.
Roberto Castaldi, I'm director of Research Center on European Union and of Euractiv Italy. Basically, the Russian invasion of Ukraine showed that Europe would need an energy union and a defense union. None of you touch on this. Is it because we have no chances of getting it, or are we going to have a treaty reform that maybe can bring some step forward in this direction? Thank you.
Provocation. Any other? And then I will ask the panel just to provide their thoughts in response. Anyone else wish to raise anything? Lady in the middle.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ophélie Masson, Deputy Director of European Alternatives, an NGO. To go further in the question that was actually just asked, I would like to see your views on how do we consider actually integration in the EU from a social perspective as well, which was not really touched upon so far. Which I think goes also in line with what you were mentioning when you were talking about work-life balance and the brain drain that we have experienced in Europe, and how perhaps by presenting Europe as championing from a social perspective, we might be able to actually retain those brains.
Thank you. Social perspective. Do you want final question?
So Francesco Bonfiglio, CEO of GaiaRx. I was trying to join the dots between all I heard, and thank you very much. But I wanted to ask you whether do you see a connection between the effects and the root causes you have been talking about, and I respectfully disagree on the fact we need to increase productivity per se, because I'm trying to find the root causes. So my question is, do you see a connection between what I believe are the root causes, which are our incredible sluggishness in taking decisions, or our staying in between of decision that President Prodi mentioned, together with our slavery, let me be harsh, of our own antitrust system? Because as a matter of fact, I feel we are slave of our own lack of capability to protect ourselves from the dominant players, but at the same time, we never close the doors to them to create a little bit of protection for our own economical system. I'm talking about digital in particular. And last but not least, our hyper-regulation, which is always ex post and not creating a solution. Actually, it's creating more of a problem after we have found we had a problem. So I see these causes basically creating a position of lagging behind of Europe, and that is causing actually an effect that cannot be solved per se by an increase in productivity if we don't get out of this slavery from our own antitrust. That's my view. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I also have a small question, especially for Romano. What do you think about this idea of going beyond the forever love, Italian marriage, romantic vision of Europe, and going instead towards a more likable sort of fluid union of countries that decide to get together to do particular things, you know, without always waiting for unanimity, and therefore even become even more flexible than we are now.
It's okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask the three panelists to respond to whatever of those excellent questions and comments they feel able to. Perhaps I'll go in reverse order and start with Barbara.
Thank you. First, when it comes to Europe and being less competitive, I would say I was immediately reminded of back then the sick man of Europe more than 30, 35 or even 40 years of now, Ireland. Remember, that was a big Economist headline 30 years ago, probably.
Now that I live in Ireland, Irish people remind me about that quite often.
Yeah, the sick man of Europe. And then the rise of Ireland by implementing competitive policies Maybe some of them were not so welcome by by continental Europe when it came to tax competition and also kind of allowing international corporations to settle in Ireland, but they created jobs, they created wealth there, and well, the rest is history, as we all know. So it went up like that, it went down, and they recovered. Back now, they are on track. So I don't want to end up Europe, to see Europe becoming the sick man of the world. I believe in Europe, and I don't want to end up in Europe as the best tourist and historic site location of the world, just to look back at our culture and history. We need more. We need technology. We need enterprises to invest here in Europe. And in order to invest, we also need less regulation. I was just going to look up the recent data on the cost of regulation for the banking and finance industry. You pulled me up too fast, and I don't have them in my mind because I was also traveling a lot. I don't have all the numbers. But we are, in contrast to other parts of the world that we are competing with, our level of regulation is way too high on the respective enterprises. So what I criticize humbly with Brussels, or in Brussels, but also in Frankfurt, is that we try to do everything the best we can and outperform the others when it comes to regulations and laws, and not looking at our own continent in order to protect our interests. And this maybe ties into the second last question with the lack of competitiveness that we see on the world scale. Energy and Defense Union. I am not an expert in defense, but I clearly am a fan of Europe, and I want my borders defended. And I would leave it to the experts on that front to take care of that. And there's definitely there are experts here who could define how it can be done. Energy Union. This is also something we have to look at as we do with the monetary union. It takes a while until everything is integrated. However, I would also stress that on a local level, we need to keep competition up. And then the question with regards to the social perspective and the integration. Of course, right now, we can afford to have our welfare system up, but for how long? If we have our aging population, or if we keep aging as we do these days, we will not be able to pay our pensions for those who will then retire in 10, 15 years. That's factual, we know that. So there need to be other incentives. Maybe as I mentioned, with smart migration, have people come and join and be productive on our labor market, or change our welfare systems, which means working longer and being eventually more productive, but also being more flexible on these sides. There are models in various countries that work very well, and we should look at those best practices and include them, and allow people to decide also for themselves. And after all, I'm quoting Social Democrats today, but another former Chancellor, Dr. Gusenbauer from Austria, who actually said, we have to give up on all that welfare for a very long time. We will have to live with a loss of our well-being in times of inflation and in times of this difficult issues that we face now. The continuation of the how do you put it? The continuation of the luxury in this we have these days in Europe will not stay there for a while. So we will actually see a little decline or see declines, and we all have to fix it together, roll up our sleeves, and look at new alternatives. Sorry, I cannot give a different answer, but altogether, I am positive for Europe. Again, I'm an Austrian economist, and I believe in innovation and creativity, so therefore we will find a way. We've always solved our problems, and therefore we will do that. Whatever hits us, we will manage it.
Romano Prodi.
Well, quite a few observations. On the importance of small economic power, I agree that you don't always need to be a giant, but the problem is to set the rules. If we take one very specific problem, let's say the sanctions. When the Americans, they can regulate all the sanctions. They do internal policy that dominate the world policy. There are a lot of decisions that I cannot even understand under the problem of bilateral world domination, but simply as an internal American interest. And on the other side, there is a Chinese symmetric interest. When you are in the middle of that, you can be under sanction for everything, you know. And this is only an example how it's important to have a decision-making power, even if you are not dominant in the world, you know. And this is my point. And I think that we didn't deal a lot this morning about climate change. This is an incredible case, you know, in which the European policy is in the correct direction, you know, but is a suicide if there is not in some way followed or accompanied by American and Chinese policy. You know, when we prohibit internal engines, when we say that our goal is to have our houses insulated and with new heating system that cost an incredible amount of money, impossible for people, the result will be that in few years you will have a European crisis simply because we have not the political power, let's say, to impose or to have to accompany our decision with the world decision. This is why I am so worried concerning the political role, even in the economic field. You know, it's I made the example of internet companies, but after IRA, in few years, we could sum up other examples in which a dedicated strategy can have results and a not defined strategy cannot have results. This is the real point.
Thank you. And finally, Maria, if you're, oh yes, can you get it back? Okay, good.
Okay, look, first of all, the question, is there a problem if Europe becomes a smaller economy in relative terms? No, it is what it is. This is the fact. And the positive side of this fact is, in fact, others are catching up. So from this viewpoint, this is good news. Nevertheless, I completely agree with Romano. The problem is this will be reflected on the capacity of Europe to influence global standards and global priorities. This is the problem. I don't believe it's possible for us to go back to the previous world led by the West. This is going on. But my contracts, I do think that we have few years to update the global governance system in such a way that Europe keeps a clear voice and the capacity to open dialogue and negotiation with other parts of the world. We have few years for this. This is my point. We see this in all areas. But if I come back to the digital, where this is much obvious, because I really believe that decoupling is already taking place in the digital area, clearly. Europe needs to catch up. There was an effort over the last years, but I think that we are limiting our approach too much just to regulation. So the first thing is that we need to change the approach on regulation, so I think Francisco has a point. But there is a second part, is that we need also to focus on capacity building. What is the kind of European capacity we want to build in Europe to provide the best of the digital transformation? For me, this is a top priority for the next phase. And we have assets we can play with. Our companies, the power of our public procurement. We have many cards we can play. My last point is about your question on the social dimension of European integration. I think this is a very important concern because at the end of the day, citizens feel this directly. The conference of today and Siena is about lending in the 21st century. Look, I do think that we also need to invent a welfare system for the 21st century. We still don't have it. And I agree that migration, well managed, can play a positive role. Nevertheless, I do think that the best way to sustain financially our social protection systems is to make sure that most of people have access to jobs, and let's say good jobs, and like that they can contribute financially to support social protection. At the end of the day, this is the most powerful solution. And I like to recall this, and I cannot elaborate on this, but this should remain also a top priority. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Maria. I'm just going to finish with 2 points. One is just an addendum to Barbara's comments, where she's asked me to say she's looked up, she's found from IMF figures the cost of regulation, the financial regulation for European banks, which is 1.4% of total operating costs, around 5.5 billion euros. So the argument is that this, thanks to complexity, this cost of regulation may exceed the benefits in terms of stability. The second point I want to make is about defense union, because I think it in a way connects together some of the themes that our brilliant panel have produced. Europe feels that it has a defense union, it's called NATO. The question is whether Europe actually is sufficiently influential within NATO. We've seen in the war in Ukraine that Europe is a full participant, but it doesn't actually have the influence or the decision-making processes over its own weaponry, over its own ammunition stocks, over its even the sale or the transfer rather of German tanks. It doesn't, and these lack of coordinated decision-making reduce the amount of influence that the European countries have within the decision-making processes of NATO vis-à-vis America. The right phrase, pardon me, President Macron, is not strategic autonomy. In my view, it's strategic influence or strategic agency that Europe needs to aspire to. And the defense union question is, I think, an excellent example of that. We are significant, but we don't have the agency, the influence that we should and could have over this. So thank you to the three panelists for a brilliant start to this conference, laying out very, very clearly the challenges that Europe faces, but also the opportunities. And I hand back to Alexandra to present the next part. Should we leave the stage?
There's so much to digest here, this brilliant panel. But before we go to lunch and have time for some conversations about all these super inspiring and interesting thoughts, actually, I would be very much interested how our younger participants think about the call for more productivity and less talks about work-life balance, because this is a big issue in the younger generation. Before we do that, we need to get the bread cooking, as Roberto Prodi would have said, and the bread cooking will happen this afternoon with the working groups. So now there's time for the introducers of all 4 working groups to talk a little bit about what these working groups will be all about, and I believe you all decided already which working group you'll be in. The first one will be the EU as the lab for experimenting innovations to save liberal democracies from decline, and the introducer will be Luca Verticelli, who is the professor at the University of Siena and the president of the Italian Political Science Association. Luca, I give you.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'll try to be 5. And I'll use a bit of these 5 minutes to thank all the people working for this conference, and big thank to the panelists of the morning, because I think the start of the conference couldn't be more inspirative. In this spirit of Pontignano, which is also not just a spirit of a Carthusian abbey, but a spirit of a free European ancient university, I think a take on future of democracy is particularly timely. I don't think we need to explain why, and I don't think that we need to rephrase this long title, which is, I think, self-evident. Maybe what I have to say is that this title could remind some old and broadly debated topics like democracy within the EU, the democratic deficit, and the state of the different balance of the state of democracy from one to another political system in Europe. This is, of course, something that we have to deal with, but this is not the only goal of this working group. Actually, we would like to connect and reconnect these debates to something more pragmatic, as we said at the beginning of this morning, in the spirit of this conference. And we have to discuss in this perspective the opportunity that the EU has to rediscuss and reconnect democracy and all the democratic actors as an experiment. In other words, European Union can do much better, but European Union can do something really good for the future of democracy. I fully agree with the realistic visions that we have from this first panel, but just to take a bit of optimism, I think that we perfectly know that democracy has been always a half-cooked bread. So European Union has a role now in trying to determine a drift for experimenting something new, not only within the European Union democracies. That's why we put liberal democracies in the title. We know these tools, and we will discuss these tools. We are lucky enough to have lots of experts, and of course Jamie and Calypso from the Democratic Forum of the UI, but even the protagonists from the European Foundation. We have junior and senior experts, and I think we have to somehow determine a list of priority, and above all, we need to make these tools more public and usable for the future of democracy. And of course, I refer to 3 types of tools: direct democracy and the use of referenda as an instrument of impacting decision-making, participation, participatory democracy and citizen assemblies as a tool to enhance responsiveness and responsibility at the same time. And of course, tools for improving participation and responsible participation, particularly the question of electronic voting. This is what we'll do, not just discussing about the future of these tools, but discussing how to make them more public and usable, and somehow to prioritize the use of these tools within and outside of Europe. In other words, to make democracy more participatory, passionate, and creative. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. The second working group will be for the environmentalists, for the sustainability experts, for the biodiversity experts, because it will be about sustainable finance, about carbon mitigation. How can this be more effective and efficient? And the introducer will be Simone Borghesi, Vice Rector of the University of Siena, so it's a home game here, and President of the European Association for Environmental and Resource Economics.
Thank you, Alessandra. The title of this working group is Advantages and Disadvantages of Being a Forerunner. I'm an economist, and as an economist, I tend to believe that being a forerunner is always a good idea. As economists, we call it early mover advantage, and it brings comparative advantages. However, sometimes being a forerunner causes troubles because you are the first to go and you make mistakes and you learn by mistakes, and sometimes you learn the hard way to the advantage of the followers. So this is basically the question that we want to address. Is it good, or to what extent is good, to be a forerunner in sustainable finance? No doubt Europe is a forerunner in environmental and climate policy. Think of the fact that we are the first who went for a carbon market, the first to aim to climate neutrality. We have the Fit for 55, the European Green Deal, lots of instruments. And also now the first to set up a regulation for measurement of ESG risk and performances. A regulation which is going to enter into force on January 1st and will be supervised by the European Banking Authority. If we look at that regulation, however, probably the bread is half cooked. Today is the bread metaphor is going to stay for the 3 days probably. And I say that it's probably half cooked because there are some aspects which are clear, others that are not. For instance, the EU taxonomy sometimes looks too rigid in the definition of activities and sometimes too lenient in allowing for some activities to be defined as sustainable. And this opens the door, for instance, to the issue of offsetting activities, basically compensating emissions with absorption capacity elsewhere. Offsetting is a good thing because it makes sense for the sectors that are hard to abate, but can also run into the risk that we keep emitting and we don't move, we don't shift to something really new, which is badly needed and urgently needed if we want the energy transition to occur. So this basically leads to the questions that we want to address in this working group. It's a broad topic, as you see. We try to define a few leading questions, like which are the key challenges in the ESG reform, which is the right balance between voluntary and regulatory carbon markets, which is the role of the financial stakeholders to what extent it is a good role and to what extent it may lead to a financialization, so to speak, of environmental problems. These and other questions are in the concept paper that we prepare, actually that the students prepare, to be honest. And let me take the opportunity to thank them because they did a great job. They were frontline in this exercise, and sometimes it was probably, jumping into the dark, but I think they did a very good jump into the future. We have great minds to discuss this in the working group, and so what else? I cannot say it's the best working group because that wouldn't be fair to the others, but competition is good, and so I wish you will take part in this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, every working group is the best working group, of course. So the third working group will be a problem-solving group. I'm sorry for getting that wrong. Problem-solving group, right? Cooking the bread. The third one is about the new financial crisis after Credit Suisse and what kind of policies there will be, and this will, or could there be, and the introducer will be Georgios Papakonstantinou, the chair of the International Political Economy at the School of Transnational Governance. Georgios.
Thanks very much, and it's a pleasure to be back here. Now, the good thing about introducing a working group is all you have to do is set out the problems. You do not have to provide the answers, which is great, because this is an impossible topic, the way it has been set up by the organizers. So the group's title is A New Financial Crisis After Credit Suisse, a better portfolio of policies to maximize both financial stability and long-term growth, redesigning the triangle between the Stability and Growth Pact, the ECB mandate, and common fiscal capacity in an hour and a half. So as you can see, it's a little bit kind of voluntaristic and ambitious, but the good thing is that there are a number of very good people on that panel, and I exclude myself from this. So Barbara Kolm, of course, from the Austrian Central Bank, David Rinaldi from FEPS, Marco Butti, who I think brings a lot of experience from the Commission, Eric Berkloff, Luca Mesomo, Carla Altomonte, and of course the rapporteurs and the students who have helped prepare this, Lisa Micheluto, Rosella Citro, Matteo Mazzaran, and Quincy Lee. Okay, so a few words about the topic. Seeing also the clock behind me and the people afterwards. The idea is that this group uses the financial crisis or the embryo of a financial crisis that we kind of saw with the turbulence in the banking sector in the US and certain countries in Europe that shall remain unnamed, and to take this as a starting point to look at three issues that are connected. One is the discussion of the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact. Is it too narrow? Is it looking at the wrong things? Are the tools appropriate? Is it politically feasible? And then also pair this with two other very important topics, which is the ECB mandate. And I think there what the group is supposed to look at is the broader role of the ECB around financial markets and banking union, not just its mandate, but also its stance in the current environment. And the third leg of the discussion being the question of essential fiscal capacity, and link this to new generation EU and the big challenges that the European Union has in financing the twin transition and making sure that we have a more just society. And so wish us luck. Thank you.
Okay, very curious what will come out of this. So the last one is problem-solving group number 4, and I'm sure this will really be possible to solve that problem in 1.5 hours. Welcome to the world of the learning robots. And I've been to some conferences recently, and almost every speaker started with, oh, I asked ChatGPT to write this introduction. I hope when Paul Twomey, Initiative Director, Digital Governance at the New Institute, came up with his introduction, I'm absolutely sure he used his own thinking, so please welcome.
Thank you, and you must be wondering why is there an Australian sitting here talking to you about the future of Europe, but I'll share with you with a very good friend of mine I've done a lot of work with, which is around this, a German economist called Dennis Snower. We came together several years talking about this, and we decided we were too old, too ugly, and too arrogant to leave these issues to others. This arrogant Australian is going to share some thoughts with you. Just quickly, I ran 2 government agencies in the Australian government in the 90s, Information Economy and Trade, and then I'm one of the founding figures and CEO for a long time of the body that coordinates the global internet domain name system, IP addressing system. So I have some experience of this issue of how do you deal with a topological network that knows no geographic boundaries, and yet you want to think about it in terms of national European context, etc. And I really want to take President Prodi's challenge up in the response that I think this group will look at, but we'll also talk about tomorrow. My first observation as an Australian would be the following. We're supposed to be looking at welcome to the world of the learning robots, and what does this sort of mean? What's the balance of investment and sovereignty? What should Europe do vis-a-vis China and the United States? And I would argue that Europe has dealt with the challenge of rapid technological change and its political, social, economic, cultural, religious consequences. Has been the leading the region that's done that over the last several hundred years. And it has a long-term perspective on these issues that other countries may not yet have. I think what it's learnt is innovation is incredibly important. The importance of individual rights and agency in the long term is very important. And that's about needs of access to skills. It's about the role of associations and people who can assist you with those skills. The importance of solidarity in communities. The role of humane markets, markets which have a role for government. And then I'd say the efficiency and scale of both capital and consumers. Now I make that point because they're all exceptionally relevant to the challenge around the digital environment facing Europe. Most technologies, the ones you've all heard of, suddenly think this thing is really new, right? AI is about 50, 60 years old. Most technologies, the internet was a good example, do these wonderful S-curves. They go along slowly, 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 then they go zoom, and then they go into another balance. The challenge the group will have this afternoon or after coffee is really to talk about the challenge of dealing with the technical S-curves, where AI at the moment is starting to go through a boom. And what do you do with these S-curves, and where do you have a perspective on them? The two I would say example of artificial intelligence is clearly a big one at the moment. Space is the other very interesting one at the moment, what's happening in there. So I think one of the things that Europe has shown in its history is that sometimes the discernment of the deep issues in those S-curves is actually what you should think about carefully. 92 countries have adopted GDPR definitions of privacy. The privacy issue is a deep issue that when you think about it carefully, it has a long-term impact. So there are people like Wendy Hall and others who talk about the European model of the internet, there's the Chinese, the American model, etc. And we talked about here in the discussion paper about the third way internet or the European internet. So the challenge I think we need to think about is, first of all, scale matters. Search for real need in solving things in a market. Exploit the advantage. And this is where the Americans and Chinese are very good. And it was my challenge and my question earlier to the Europeans. Are you willing to exploit your own advantage? For the Americans, the Californian law on who can surveil on somebody else is specifically vague. And that's why the search engines and the whole system evolved out of California, because it's not illegal for a private entity to spy on somebody else in the United States. I know, because I tried to get the Australian Federal Police to arrest the people from Google when they were doing search. And they said, AFP said they'd done wrong, but we wouldn't arrest them. Right, so the Americans had an advantage. Section 230 of the Act means that nobody holds them accountable. You're seeing it again in AI. They're using the fair use provisions for non-profits to collect vast amounts of information, and then they're going to commercialize it with a little sidekick. So they're very good at that. The Chinese are really good at this. First of all, they have a one-way mirror with language. All Northeast Asia does. So nobody else uses the characters. They have a wonderful culture of copying. Copying is a positive thing in cynic culture, and they are preoccupied with the Americans. I've spent a lot of time doing business in China. They are completely preoccupied with trying to copy the American model, but they have intense domestic competition, like unbelievable, and crude and rude and illegal and all manner of things. So that they have that essence. The challenge I think we as a group will talk about today, but the challenge I would put further, and it's the challenge I put to President Prodi really with his intervention, so I'm sorry about this. I really think that Europe is sitting on this wonderful cusp of having been the world leader on a civil, human rights, human-centered digital experience. But I think it's preoccupied too much about rights and about compliance, the things that the Commission and the Parliament can do, and not thought about how do you just tick that a bit over to build the right incentives to systems so that the companies of the future are the companies that are looking after your interests, or the associations, or all manner of organisations are helping you look after your interests and informing you for you to be an active participant in a digital environment. Europe could take the lead in that, and I tell you, a vast amount of the rest of the world will follow very quickly, because they don't want to be controlled by the American big corporates, nor by the Chinese big corporates. I'll finish with this concept for you to think about. The network was specifically designed not to look like the telephone network. It does not have geographic boundaries. It's a topological network. In a topological network, if you want to have sovereignty, you have to really think carefully about the personal data sovereignty of your citizens. It is the citizens' personal decisions and control about their information on that network which becomes essentially your expression of sovereignty. And we think that through carefully. That is, I think, the great challenge facing Europe, and I think the great opportunity. So we'll have a chance to talk about that for about 90 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm confident of two things now, that this will be an inspiring and challenging, work-heavy afternoon. And second thing is, I'm confident there will be more than bread for lunch. And this is when I hand over to Francesco.
Technical details. The 4 working groups are problem-solving groups, are supposed to meet in here for the digital, in the Caratelli room upstairs for the democracy, the veranda room for the ESG, and the George and the fiscal in the palio room. Surprisingly, we are on time, more or less, but the problem-solving groups will start at 1:30 sharp. There are quite many people that didn't decide which working group they want to join, including Jan, for instance. So do, okay. So do so. We will finish at 3 o'clock. Do not forget that the rapporteur will still have to work afterwards, sort of work, you know, so that we will have this Pontignano paper based on the output of the problem-solving groups. At 3 o'clock, we have again Professor Prodi talk about his project of the University of the Mediterranean. And then we ran to the Monte dei Paschi di Siena dinner. Thank you so much.
Prova, prova, 1, 2, 3. Prova, 1, 2, 3, prova.
prova 1. Sì, sì, prova. 1, 2, 1, 2. Prova. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sì, prova, prova. Ora sono solo sul sinistro,
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to what is a proposal time moment. My name is Annalisa Pires. I'm a journalist and a filmmaker, and I'm here to help the conversation about an extraordinarily interesting proposal from Professor Romano Prodi, former Prime Minister of Italy, former President of the European Commission. This project is about the creation of a Mediterranean university. This project has been around for a while. The first time that Professor Prodi proposed it was in 2001. And it aims to do something essential for Europe, to build a different relationship between the two fronts of the Mediterranean that have been anyway linked to each other for thousands of years, and at this moment in time they don't enjoy exactly the best of interaction and relation. We know that today in Brussels the EU ministers are more than discussing, fighting each other on how to sort out the growing flux of migrants from the southern coast of the Mediterranean. Northern Africa has become synonymous with instability that is imported in Europe. And this project brings us back to something very important. How can we rebuild the relationship between the two coasts of the Mediterranean with something that builds on thousands of years of common history and the cultural formation of the next generation? So together with us are, of course, Romano Prodi, Catherine de Vries, who's Dean of International Affairs and Political Science at Bocconi University, Roberto Di Pietra, Magnifico Rettore of the University of Siena, and without further ado, I would leave the floor to President Prodi to tell us more about this project and why it is important.
Thank you for your patience and for attention, because, as you know, as we say in Italy, conferences in the morning are done in order to work, in the afternoon in order to sleep. And so I try to keep you waked up, you know. And this morning I was provocative. Today, in the afternoon, I shall to be propositive. It's just for a proposition. The history is very simple. In 2001, I made a double proposal to my commissioner. My proposal was two proposals that were never discussed officially in the commission because they were blocked before. You know, say, Romano, please, nothing to do. This is money wasted. The first one was the so-called ring of friends. Let's say we define the borders, and then all the countries that are around Europe in the next century, they have the possibility to have bilateral agreements with Europe, not to enter into the European Union, but to have open negotiation on specific issues. And the second was university, and also there was also a common bank for the Mediterranean, you know. And the idea did not work because the Mediterranean problem was not in the first page of the European agenda. Then things worsened, and now as I shall tell you, I shall bring this project in many different directions with some sort of emotional approval. Why? Because the Mediterranean situation has never been worse than now. If you go back to history, the Mediterranean was always a crossroad, except that 1.5 centuries of pirates. They were always cooperation between North and South. Since the Roman Empire, to the Ottoman Empire. If you read the real life of the first 3 or 4 decades of the Ottoman Empire till the First World War, you find really a good life in the Mediterranean. You know, Christians, Hebrews, and Islamic people, they were living together. There was some sort of tolerance and a lot of crossing people. Dozens of thousands of Italians or French, they were living in Alexandria, Izmir, Tunis, Tripoli, you know, and this was some sort of practical life, you know. And look, there was a writing, I don't know if it was written by Byron or somebody else, that was telling that in the Mediterranean it's nice to know English, but it's better to speak Sicilians or Napolitans, you know, because there were this mixing up. Then things went worse and worse, and now a tragedy. In my own life, you know, I remember when I went the first time in Lebanon in 1958, Beirut was a fantastic city, peaceful, and you know, and things went worse, and now is a tragedy. See, especially in this century, there is no country in South Mediterranean in peace, except Turkey, that has a special role, you know, but thanks to the revolution we had in Egypt, that is the most stable country in spite of that, but Syria, then what is Gaza, Libya, and now Tunisia, the last country that was still under influence of the Arabian Spring is now in tension with Europe, with IMF, with everybody. And so I think that what not mature in 2001 now is in some way very much accepted, you know, and also for a political reason, you know, that the empty space has been taken by Russia, by China in economic terms. If you think that the day in which there was the Libyan revolution, in 4 days, almost 30,000 Chinese have been moved from Libya to China without any attention. You know, can't believe how the country. And in Nigeria, this has not been written in our papers, but when I asked Bouteflika how many Chinese there were, he told me there are 25,000 Chinese. Why? Because we had a public housing plan, and the cost, the price of Chinese is so low, 25,000 came here, from the first architect to the lowest level garden keeper, and then after 5 years I asked how is going on, and said, look, much better than I thought, because not only that, but every year 5,000 rotates, but stay here and get married with Algerian girls. And so now we have a small business community that helps us, you know. So really not only trade, but also a change in the Mediterranean structure. From the other side, the Russian influence. From one side, Syria, and the other side, Libya. And this is the real change. And then migration, the flow of migration is a problem that is not only for Italy or Spain, but for all Europe. And so now the problem of how to try to fix it up has become a problem. So I repeated the same scheme that was done in 2001. Let's say we have to create 20, 30 universities with a double headquarters in total parity, one north and one south. Athens, Cairo, Naples, Tripoli, Barcelona, Rabat. That, of course, you have to have the open scheme, but a big number of universities, totally equal in terms of authority and responsibility. Let's say headquarters in the north, headquarters in the south, a dean in the north, a dean in the south, same number of professors from south, same number of professors from north, same number of students from south, same number of students from north, 2 years study south and 2 years studying north. They say nothing to do with the American University in Beirut or with the French institution or Italian, cultural center. No, totally break up from any colonial experience of any type of that. And second, clearly there are very delicate political problems, heritage, so please, in the first stage only, no humanistic study, no political science, no theology. Look, politics is politics, so, but agriculture, economics, physics, science, medicine, not to give any message, clear and out of any political suspicion. The only disparity is the cost of it, because clearly cannot be equal. So my idea, but this must be put in under a protocol, is let's say 2/3 European Commission, European Union, and 1/3 in the couple of universities, 2/3, remaining 1/3, 2/3 from the northern country and 1/3 from the southern country. So you have a very small contribution of the southern country, but you have a contribution because the government must be. Certainly, there are enormous political problems, not only on the European side. For example, I had a meeting with the ambassadors that were enthusiastic about that, but immediately the Libyan and the Algerian ambassador, well, but not Egypt, because otherwise Egypt will dominate the problem, so I don't underestimate not only the economic, but the political difficulties that are in this project, And clearly you have to have interested all the Mediterranean European countries. Say you may have 4 or 5 from Italy and France or Spain, 3, 4, and then Croatia, and then a couple of from let's say one Malta, one Cyprus, Malta and Cyprus were enthusiastic, Clearly you have to divide the responsibility, the burden of Portugal will be the team. On the southern side, I had hinted that even Mauritania wants to get in. It's not so Mediterranean, but anyway, these are the problems that must be if there is a concrete proposal, so in theory, clearly the cost is high, but not as high as the patrolling of the Mediterranean with military ships. I was just dreaming. I had a meeting like that in Syracuse last year, and we were talking about, let us suppose that you need 100 million euros for each university. And then we had a cocktail on a big battleship, and this costed 500 million euros. So you build 5 universities with a battleship, so you can, but clearly you need a strong political and economic engagement. But clearly is possible to do it, and my idea is that when you arrive to 500,000 students, the Mediterranean will be settled. 500,000 students, my goal. In 10 years, you can get it. And, so this is a great project, but if you do it country by country only, you will have always misunderstandings. You will have always, either you don't start or you must give, this is a political goal and must be done using all the political skill that you can have in this type of approaches. And, this is simple, very simple, but we have to have the political, then of course I have also the project, the details of the supervisory board, the problems of deans, how they are appointed, which will be all these institutional problems that can be, of course, I wrote some idea, but this can be discussed only if there is a political responsibility, and this is up to the European Commission and maybe to the African Commission, because this is another open door. I am still uncertain to involve the African Commission because I see it as a Mediterranean project. You can do a general project for Africa because you need to build future strict links. Otherwise, the project does not work. And so one of the question marks that I have still in my mind is African Union. Probably it's better only to consult it, but I think the problem is to involve, but you need a European project or the southern country, because the reaction of the ambassador telling not Egypt is typical of politics. If you don't have a project, we say no. This is a project that is is a vision. It's not just a small project. If you don't do that, you better don't start, because the result will be absolutely inexistent. Of course, you may ask whether there will be a possibility of professors from South. Yes, there are so many teaching everywhere in the world. There are already good universities. There are, it's not from the, if there is the political will, it's not a dream.
We know very well that the problem of political will is key, because I remember very well when I was starting as a journalist covering EU affairs. I was in 1995 in Barcelona for the beginning of the EU-Mediterranean Union. And there was a lot of fanfare and a lot of projects of how, banking on how fundamental it was for Europe to build up a cultural relationship with the southern side of the Mediterranean. And in the past 20 years, I mean, it's not that it has not been possible, there has not been the political will. Why don't we ask the two deans
I have to
here?
answer to this. I followed the Barcelona project, and in theory it was a good project, but it was some sort of indefinitive goals and without money. And without money, I am honestly speaking of a project which you need money and a specific idea. Otherwise, will be.
Rettore, dal punto di vista della fattibilità e della desiderabilità e della possibilità di sviluppare un progetto universitario del genere, how do you think this kind of project would be feasible in terms of creating this kind of double-headed universities, merging in terms of culture and also attitudes, probably? It is better just to avoid this screen here on my left, and also because this is contributing the flow of my thoughts. I'm used to teaching this in this position. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this proposal of President Prodi and this vision, because this is a vision. It's a vision because has the view to consider in this proposal values like collaboration, cooperation, start with a process that is contributing to create a peaceful environment in these two areas, north versus south, south versus north. And this proposal is able to induce development. But let me be a little bit provocative. Now it is my time to be provocative and a little bit cynical. And so, leaving apart these values, we have a perspective that is a little bit cynical from the European point of view. Democracy, demography. That is a local problem for rectors now in the Italian university system, and also, I suppose, at a national, international level. Because it is clear that in 20 years, the number of students we could enroll here in Siena and also in the entire system of the universities in Europe will decrease dramatically. So we need to be able to create opportunity to increase the number of students. So I'm cynical, I admit it. So we could find some strategies. We need to find some strategies. And we need to intercept other students. We need to create a strategy to establish stable, robust partnership elsewhere. And in fact, some rectors and also my ministry are reasoning about it. And the fact, at the moment, the idea of some other rectors is, okay, let's go to open a branch in Azerbaijan about geology, about mines, industry, something like this. Clearly, Azerbaijan is the right place for that kind of disciplines. So this is, a possible strategy. But it is a strategy in which simply you go and open a branch elsewhere. Exactly as we have in Florence. In Florence, we have the highest number of American universities in Europe, 41. 41 branches of US universities are in Florence. Lovely place where to spend the semester, a term. So this is a strategy. Another strategy is to open and to establish courses, bachelor or master of science courses, totally taught in English, included Italy. This is another strategy. Draw the attention of some students from abroad. And this happens. In my university, we have 10% of students enrolled from abroad. But the proposal of President Prodi is different because this could create a stable partnership. Someone has started to follow this path. In Rome, we have the UNIMED, so the Mediterranean Universities Union is working with this, in this project, and we are involved in it. We are enough proud to be involved in it. Some of my colleagues have started to work with some other universities in a concept of the Mediterranean Sea that is, from Mesopotamia to Morocco. So let's consider this belt of civilization. And this, it works. But we need what President Prodi told us a few minutes ago. We need a strategy, a program, and financial resources to fund this project. And this could be a strategy not only because of the values in which we trust, we believe, but also because this is a strategy to survive. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rettore. And of course, there are so many other levels in which you could see it as a strategy to survive, because it is arguably in the interest of the European Union to train a workforce that could possibly replace our own workforce that is declining because of low birth natality rates. So not only a strategy to save our university, but also a strategy to save our economies and provide trained, educated workers, because we all know that the birth rates, especially in Italy, are awfully low. Let me call in Catherine De Vries, Dean of International Affairs at Bocconi University. How do you see it from your perspective? Because obviously the financial support of the European Union would be key, but is there a possibility to envisage also an interest of fees-paying universities in joining in a kind of a circuit of excellence between the two rivers, the two coasts of the Mediterranean? Catherine?
Yeah, thank you so much. So also following my colleague before, I would like to thank Romano Prodi for providing such an interesting proposal to comment on. Allow me to start with a personal note, which is I'm a Dutch person living in Italy, and I think I've learned more about the Mediterranean in the time that I've been in Italy than any time before in the Netherlands. So there is also some, I think, not a surprise that this comes from an Italian voice in the debate. And I think also the beauty of this proposal, as was said already before, it isn't very value-driven and spirited in the idea of creating international cooperation and understanding and economic ties also through education. I think another aspect is that what we are struggling with, so we are a private university in Milan, a business school next to a social science university, and we are the type of university that has 40% international students, teach primarily in English, have a branch in Rome and a branch in India, so we did a lot of those things that try to deal with it to think about our business model in the future. But we've been struggling very much also as my director as a demographer to not be part of the problem. So that you become part of the problem because you actually incur and encourage brain drain out of institutions, and you get the top from certain countries and you educate them, but you educate them to find jobs in Europe, to find jobs in the United States, to find jobs in Asia, but actually they do not go back to their home countries even if they would wish to, because it's not a capacity building exercise. So I think that's really nice about this proposal. As was said before, that it's really a capacity building exercise and tries to do it from a spirit of cooperation and equal position rather than from superiority or colonial, in the words that Romano Prodi used before. I was also thinking, also to be a bit provocative, otherwise we don't have a useful of a panel, we could also think about actually building on some of the existing projects that we have instead of going full-fledged out of having two capacities in a university. There is my Dutch nature that comes in. There will be very often that I presume my Dutch finance minister would say, oh, what's the bill and who's going to pay for that? So trying to think about maybe providing a proof of concept before. And I think one proposal that the European Union has recently done that Bocconi is part of, but I know other Italian universities are as well, is developing European university alliances. So actually cooperation, in this case between 10 social science universities from east to west in Europe, from north to south in Europe. Bocconi is part of that, but also is the Stockholm School of Economics, EA in Spain, and the Warsaw School of Economics. So it goes through the entire European Union. And actually, we also have increased ties with now Ukrainian universities, because that's been part of funding that is developed. That works actually very nicely. And the question is, I was recently, 3 weeks ago, at the Association of African Business Schools, and they asked, could we, as an association, be part of that kind of alliance that you have in Europe, and could we kind of join forces? So working with existing universities and developing that. I do see that it doesn't maybe deal with some of the concerns on equal partnership, but it might be a first step of doing it. And also to have a proof of concept, if it can work in a particular way. How about faculty exchanges? And you also see that at least some of the private players have moved in that. I think, for example, of a private player like ESSEC that has a Rabat campus next to a Paris campus and a Singapore campus. People go across in different places. We have an exchange program with us, and then some of the Bocconi students want to do it because they want to actually go to the different campuses. So this idea, I think, of dual campuses and more experiences is also very demand-driven. A lot of students like that, and they get valuable skills of intercultural cooperation and being able to also maybe speak another language, may it be Arabic, may it be French, may it be English, in a different context. So 2 additional just kind of practical issues. It sounds super practical, but it is, I think, something that is in my experiences. So we do that a lot of in terms of double degrees that we do with different universities. So for example, universities in Ghana, universities in Egypt, universities in Morocco. We unfortunately do not have in some of the countries that you are mentioning, Algeria, Tunisia, we're trying, but it's much more complicated for reasons that we can think of course. And what we see is that oftentimes the flow is one way. It is a person from Ghana coming to Bocconi, but not a Bocconi graduate or going to Ghana. And part of that, I think, is also that if we would want to make this a success, we really have to appeal to students to say, well, this is a super valuable experience. But a lot of students are thinking about their bottom line. I have to finish my degree in 4 years, and what is going to happen, and where am I going to go? So we also have to think a bit how we structure the university experience. The 3+2 kind of system has become very strict for students. A lot of students are even in debt when they go and study, which has been a very different model than what we've had before. So thinking about that. And then a last kind of practical concern, but it's super important, and if I can do it, we're sometimes also with the representative of the University of Vienna in it's a CRUI meeting, so where the representatives of different universities in Italy sit together. So some practical constraints that we also face, if you would want to have some of those exchange and do joint courses, we cannot fully provide certain courses online or examinations online. It's not possible in the current Italian legislation to do that. It's also not possible in other European legislations. In order to prevent fraud, there's many considerations around that. but even providing practical possibilities for universities that would like to work together, even if it's not in an online form, which we've seen through the pandemic, are made impossible through policies. And I think so if we go down this route, which I really very much appreciate for all the reasons that Mr. Prodi has also outlined, and for the fact that I really think it's capacity building, we could maybe think about, just to summarize, to have kind of a proof of concept through doing that maybe in the first stage through university alliances and work with the universities there on our side, even though there might be imbalances, but try to really do capacity building in the way that we've done it within the European University Alliance framework, so to copy that kind of model that's been successful, and then move that in a different, let's say, geographical space. Then think about very hard about how we actually do that in terms of the practical experience for students and the way that we increase flows, not one-sided, but two-sided, and make a case for that argument, and maybe provide also some support for that. And then lastly, also really think about, could there be ways in which we can use new technology to do some of these things and to provide already some first element? Because I think that would make this proposal even more solid going forward, which I think that we, as you rightfully outlined, the time of 2001 is very different now, considering the issues that we increasingly are facing within the Mediterranean. But I think that it would also be really important to think about what are practical steps that we could make already to make this even more feasible as a project going forward. But I really enjoyed the very spirited and value-driven approach, and to really think about our investment as the EU in our kind of, let's say, neighborhood and neighboring areas. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for your thoughts. We are running a little bit late on our schedule, so if Professor Prodi agrees, I would open the floor to questions, and I would like maybe to interrogate our audience about innovative ways of thinking how we can bring this about. Professor Prodi said that it must be something financed by the European Commission, which makes sense, but it is true that in the current political climate, it doesn't look very likely that the European Union could find the money to pay for Mediterranean university. So I'll open the floor for questions and also for suggestions. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Kurtobef. I lived for 5 years in Cairo, and I would like to add an argument why I like the idea of a new thing instead of cooperation. One of the big problems in the Arab world in general, and certainly in Egypt, is that the good institutions, like you mentioned, American University, Beirut, I mean, they cost 35,000 euro a month to go and study there. In other words, if you are a not rich, average Arab person that is very intelligent, there's no way you can get good education. And the other institutes that are affordable, the quality is amazingly low. That's the reason why in 2014 I went to Federica Mogherini and I proposed to her to start with a kind of European school where people just have to do an exam to enter it and not pay, so it would be free education, but it's the quality, not the price, that is important. And the thing about this is that we always talk about democracy as about elections and being elected, but democratization of education is giving a lot of people a chance to see how democracy and education can work. And in that way, you actually change the mentality of a new generation of people over there by installing a new system. So that's why I'm not in favor of cooperation, but really building something new. And the European Commission spends a lot of money. I mean, we have 600 billion on the global gateway. We have 300 billion for Africa. If just 100 million of this goes to this project, I think there's one way of long-term changing the Arab world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a few other questions and then maybe let Professor Prodi and our panel reply. Any other question, please?
Hi, Thibaut Mizer from the International Republican Institute. It's more of a challenge
that I'm giving you, Mr. Prodi, or an issue to resolve. The problem that we have right now in parts of the Mediterranean, or the eastern part of the Mediterranean, is that when it comes to university, when it comes to anything basically, those countries are no longer looking towards us for money, which is at the end of the day what they're looking to the Gulf countries. They're looking to Saudi Arabia, they're looking to Kuwait, they're looking to Qatar, which is where the money is flowing in, and flowing, let's be fair, freely, which gives them a lot of leeway. So obviously, you know, we have a much bigger university network in Europe, also because we are much more numerous. But we need, for any project like that, we need the money. Is there any way we can find a cooperation, which is also going to be difficult because there are cultural issues also in terms of the political culture, or are we going to be in competition with these countries? And maybe should we look then a little bit further? We are in the country of the Mediterranean allargato, maybe looking into India, for example. Would that be a solution? Thank you.
Great. So if there are no other questions, I would just bring it back to the floor for a last round of answers to these points that have been raised. Professor Prodi.
No, well, the points are perfectly correct, and they simply raise the difficulty of the project, you know, and clearly is a political project. And if you are not convinced that this will change the political shape of the area, is money wasted. I understand that. This is why I insist that must be a complete separate system, because must involve the countries in a compulsory cooperation. This is my idea. Compulsory cooperation, so not on initiative of existing universities, you know, but clearly the university will contribute because they will prepare the professors, so on, so, but must be a different system. Otherwise, of course, all the interest will split and will be a very nice thing, but totally different from my idea of working for a common ruling class or professional class for the future. Clearly, I understand that there are a lot of difficulties, you know. Starting from the demographic problem, even if there are now, let's say, 400 million people faced to Mediterranean, you know, yes, around 400 million people, more than 100, Egypt alone, and then Italy, France, you know, more than 400. Well, let's say 400 million people. So the problem of the demographic number is very, 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 I think that is very small, because clearly the cost of it must not be a university for wealthy people, because otherwise we open other political problems. This is why I say it costs a lot of money, you know, because we have to consider a lot of scholarship and low costs, you know, because we must take the talented people independent from wealth. What I am afraid is, especially from the southern shore, that becomes the choice of student becomes some sort of monopoly of the ruling class. These are the real problems that I am afraid may be a great obstacle to that. And so the selection team, all that must be international, must be. There are enormous problems, but if we go out of this idea of really shaping a common, we need also rules for avoiding that we simply create immigrants to the United States. This is another, of course, you must be working for some years, 5 years in the account, blah, 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 because otherwise we miss all the goal that we have, you know. So clearly, if the Commission take the responsibility of deepening the problem, we must have a strong team analyzing all the aspects we raise it today, you know, because clearly, I repeat, is a political project of a new Europe that has, and if we make a bias in favor of the political rulers, of the wealthy people, we better save money and we don't start it. This is why I'm not underestimating the role. For example, to help me, because I am alone, simply, I asked the city of Florence, not only because of European University, but because they will never be interested to have a Mediterranean university. So I have been prudent also in choosing friends helping me, because, you know, I know that the interest will start immediately.
Brilliant. Catherine and Rettore, would you like to add something to the reflection of Professor Prodi? We got about 5, 6, 7 more minutes. Francesco?
I was thinking that this can be probably a small help to the group on fiscal. No, because talking about common good, I don't know if Marco would agree, but in theory, by scratching a little bit the definition of European common good, this could be a common good, no? So it's not just energy, but this is a cultural diplomacy is quite easily a strategic investment of Europe. I would also add that on this very thing, probably talking about green bond, we were talking about green bond before. This is one of those cases where you can also build an impact bond sort of investment. So not just a bond, but a bond linked to some indicators that then can determine the sort of return that the investors are willing to take. So it's, I think there is some creativity that can be exercised on that.
Thank you, Francesco. Certainly, it is very, very interesting food for thought, and there is no doubt that the European Union could have done more in fostering a closer bond between the culture of Europe and its neighbors. So let's hope that this somehow gets developed. Just one last question, Professor Prodi. How do you see the next step for this? Because we know that it's difficult, but if you had to say the next passage to try to bring this to life would be what? Have you spoken about it with the current president of the Commission?
Yes, of course, I have spoken with the 3 commissioners interested in some way the approach, with 3 times to the president of the commission, and of course she didn't engage to start it, but progressively she was much more interested in the beginning. I know that she unofficially raised the problem with the collaborators, if could start some experiment or that, but we are really in the thinking phase of it. This is the reason why we discussed it today, just
what would be the first country? What would be the first country in which you think we could have a proof of concept?
Of course, the stage must be the 2 or 3 Mediterranean countries push the project. Italy, France, and Spain are clearly the bulk of it. If there is no country pushing for it, will not go on. But this is a difficult job, a long job. But there are so many problems that I find all people inclined to say, look, let us try, let us think to the project, because the situation, if you think to the Tunisian situation in the last months, nobody could imagine to have this problem in the only country that was following the Arabian Spring. Think to Spain or Italy for migration, and so I found 2 years ago, I found that the political situation was mature to bring back the problem, and now I do think that the first step will be an initiative on the Italian, French, and Greece and Malta, the President of the Parliament. Okay, I didn't mention it, because, for Malta to have a university linked is so important, for Greece to have a couple of them. So it's thing to debate. In Italy, of course, well, this is typically Italian, but I think you will have the same problems. But all the southern region and university, they were immediately, maybe for own interest, but immediately eager, because I don't think that you can develop South Italy, Mediterranean, having in front of it nothing. As it is now, this is, and the politicians understand that. The problem is how to make a lobby, let us put it this way.
Absolutely, I can't agree more. And to invest in culture and in the minds of people, both sides of the Mediterranean, I think it's more important now than ever. So as our conference of Siena is to build a better future for Europe, I'm sure that Francesco will agree that this proposal needs to be in the final conclusion, so with a kind of call to all the Mediterranean countries to make it happen with the collaboration of universities. Well, if there are no other questions, I would thank our panels and invite you to have maybe another coffee now before we go away. And see you later. Thank you very much, everyone.